Hello. Hello. It is Feedback Friday. It is Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. Blah. Sorry, I was just filling up water when I realized what time it was. Hi. Welcome to the stream. This is for MouseHunt. You probably can't see that. Cool mug that I got from the MouseHunt meetup in London, Heathrow specifically. The 16-year birthday celebration get together. It was awesome. If anybody in chat was there, hello again. I had a blast. If you have not attended, go next year or the 20th. It's going to be a big one. But yeah, it is a great mug. Sorry about my hair; it's still drying. Um, the mugs were yeah, a new thing for the meetup. There was kind of some games and stuff, raffles and stuff. And those were prizes at that. Also signed prints from me and Norm and Michelle. Uh, my audio, let me make sure my audio is correct. It might be wrong. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see. I just like opened OBS and hadn't had a chance to look through everything. Um, yeah, it should be using that. It does look like it's registering a bit quietly, so I'll maybe move it a little closer. Audio is good. Okay. All right. I don't wanna like push it. I am capable of peaking microphones very easily, and I see that I'm hitting into the yellow, but mostly maybe a little low. But it is maxed out on the meter that I have right there. So at any rate, hello, welcome to the stream. I'm Jacob. We are doing illustration of a character today for a new upcoming area, but it's so new in development that we have a whole other area that's going to be coming out before this one. So we're actually ahead of the game. It's awesome. The area that will be coming out next is in kind of the proper testing suite now, getting some extra eyes and input and all that and feedback. But yeah, that's exciting stuff. Um, yeah. Norm and I had an amazing time in London. Thank you, anyone who was kind of there for that. We loved hanging out with everybody. And we also got to enjoy loads of museums and food and shows and stuff, and it was just a wonderful celebration. And I look forward to doing it again in the future. Um, so yeah, always love being able to go out and hang out with mouse hunters. Again, if you ever get a chance to come to a meet, you should. It's a load of fun, lovely people, uh, and yeah, you, everybody's just they want to be friends with everybody, and we all enjoy each other's company. Okay, so I'm just gonna jump into art, um, and I'm in the middle of sketching up a new character. So we'll see how this goes. I was in fact kind of like just like it's a little too wide for the framing, so I gotta adjust the verticality of this character to kind of fit the portrait experience a bit more. Also, I have Charlie on my armrest. You can't see her. You can see her tail, but she's just sitting there on my armrest as she does now. All right. So, need to be in the correct program. Oop. Hey, Charlie. Say hello. No. She's just purring. She likes when I stream. Yeah? Okay. I can't see my monitor to draw if you're right there. You can go onto my lap. Come on. Come in. Come in. Let's take a second. She's deciding what angle to approach. Oh no, she's going for the other armrest. Okay, now she's just on the lap. Hi. Okay. You can hang it right there. I can look over you. I think she missed me. Okay, so yeah, for this character, I don't want to like talk about too much about what's going on, um, but it's busily kind of doing something with a goop on a stick, I guess we could say. Um, I think the vagueness of that statement made it even worse. All right. So I'm just kind of adjusting the positioning of things to kind of try to make the pose work better. Because again, it's like this is the dimensions that the frame is. Are you trying to eat my hair? No? Okay, good. Yes, I know. You're very cute. Let's see if I can see Charlie in the frame. It's just her little ear. Hey, hey you. Okay. All right. So I'm tweaking the pose before I can show kind of where character was. The posture made sense here, but I want to fill the space better vertically. So I'm going to see if I can make some tweaks. I think I need to kind of think about like, okay, what's the balance of this character? I want to get this kind of more buried into the ground, and then they're going to be like leveraging their weight into it to kind of stand it up, as opposed to kind of balancing it across their shoulders. So could try, well, keep that. Since there's not necessarily a lot of kind of like, oh, I know what this area is about and who these characters are and what they're doing, there's perhaps a little bit less opportunity for you all to kind of be like, oh, this character should be doing this thing or whatnot. But I'll try and kind of keep my eyes peeled in the chat for interesting kind of like artistic suggestions, and feel free to just kind of, you know, throw in whatever ideas you want, and I'll see if I can kind of use those, because that's why I do this live, is I want your input and have you all help shape kind of the direction of where this is going. So this is kind of, it's not just a stick. The idea is this could be like a giant bone of something. So I can use that shape a bit more. Now this kind of looks like it's like a femur or like a joint, right? And I'm like, well, maybe it could be a curved bone to fit this shape better, make it easier for this character to kind of use that angle. But I don't know if that end would make sense there, if it was like a rib or something like that. Yeah. Thanks, Lisa. It does look kind of insectoid, doesn't it? You're not off base with that necessarily. We have kind of like some interesting kind of direction for ideas on this. But I wouldn't say Insectoid is entirely okay. Charlie's just being a weirdo now. There are elements, but yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. You'll see more, I think, and as more characters are kind of like put through this gauntlet, I think they'll start to kind of turn into something. I want this kind of the netting or whatever it is to be kind of, I guess, organic looking. Felt like that would look kind of cool if I did. Let's put that arm up. They're trying to lift this. And so they'll be effectively driving their body weight into it, right? So if we have kind of like it buried into the ground here, they're going to want to kind of shove their weight kind of into it to take it in that direction. So I don't think that this slope of the character is off necessarily. I might bend this knee more and have this one kind of pushing more. This arm would be like pulling down to try and keep that planted while this arm is supporting it and kind of like keeping it stable. And the shoulder, I think, here is probably the main driving force. So I think that all makes sense. Get some nice kind of interesting dynamics in the pose where we have some compression and stretching. What are you doing, Charlie? So I have this Halloween prop. It is spider venom jar from like Michael's or IKEA or whatever. Basically, it's just kind of like I have a bunch of like cute little Halloween props, and like there's like some potpourri in it or whatever. But I don't know why, but the cats love nuzzling up against this, so I have to like tuck it into a corner because they've tried to knock it off shelves many times. But I don't know if it's the texture or if it just smells like something. Yeah. Or maybe it's catnip in there. That would make a lot more sense if it was just kind of like, because there's a baggie of like old dried kind of leaves. It almost looks like tea. But yeah, maybe it's actually catnip, and that would make a lot more sense as to why the cats are always obsessed with nuzzling against that jar specifically. So that's probably what it is. Okay. Okay, I think I'll tilt this. Well, maybe not tilt it, but like I could shift it down. Kind of dropping this bottom shoulder to help kind of show that it's kind of like being pressed back. Because I don't want it to be like a curved bone because it's kind of looking like a femur. So maybe I'll keep it that way. It could be like chipped and broken. I like the idea of it looking really old and kind of like sun bleached or something like that. Like this character found this and has just been using it as a tool. So could be like chipped and cracked. Of course, if the crack is right there, it seems a bit precarious to be kind of leveraging as it is, but might make sense for being able to dig it into the ground, though, if it's kind of like a shard right here. Raise that up a little bit. Want it to be kind of parallel with the feet. Okay. So that feels a little bit more like they're kind of leaning into this. need to adjust the back up there. It's a good, like, triangle. Cool. Okay, so I might tweak the hand. Yeah, it could show marrow. Yeah, that's true. Suppose if it's like really old, maybe that marrow would be long gone. Something came and picked it clean, perhaps. But like just showing that kind of bubbly innards in a sense. Don't need to necessarily make it like grotesque or anything like that. It's not the goal. I just want to show like the utility of this character. It's also wearing kind of like some work gloves and has some suspenders and like a tool belt was kind of what I thought of maybe. I suppose if these are functional suspenders, if it's crouched over, it might be sticking out a bit there. I like the idea of it wearing very high pants too, actually. So let's tweak that. I looked up kind of reference of like old dock worker outfit or something like that. I'm like, that seems like a style, perhaps. Someone doing a lot of lifting and kind of out in the sun, but also by the water. Not that by the water is relevant here, but just kind of hard at work vibe. Don't need a belt because we got suspenders, but I kind of want a belt for the ability to just kind of have tooling of some sort. Small tools made out of bone or a leaf toolbox. Oh, that's a neat idea. I like that. Yeah, I think like little bone tools could be a neat design element. I like little kind of details like that, you know? So let's try that. Got like a little kind of claw hammer, perhaps. Oh, speaking of hammers, remind me for lunch to like go grab my blacksmith hammer. I did some etching and metal inlay, and it's done, and I want to share that. I'm also potentially going to get blacksmith forge certified this evening, so that's exciting. Means at the maker space I go to, I'll be able to like use the forge without having to kind of have a trained member there to kind of run it for me. All right. So that's exciting stuff. Okay, so yeah, I think that isn't a bad pose. It still kind of isn't filling the space super great. Hey, Charlie. But it's better than it was. could use some kind of like background elements a little bit to try and fill the space. But I'm thinking I could maybe have the character kind of like leaned deeper into it and then have it even more upright. So what I'll do is I'll actually duplicate this layer and we'll just try pushing it even further and see if we can kind of make sense of doing that. So if I grab this, I'll just use this version of the selection tool. Yeah, Charlie, I know. I'll have to readjust the gravity on that, which is fine. It'll also encourage me to make it even longer, which is also fun, because that'll help fill the verticality. Okay. Just cleaning up a bit of the selection. Alright, so if I pivot this from the bottom, and we tilt it way up, can move this to like really fill the space. I guess I don't want to do that yet. You know what? I'll unselect this portion here because I'm just going to have to change that completely. Okay, now, yeah, Charlie? Oh, you're very cute. So if that's moved in, like that, then their hand is like really close to where it's planted, which will help secure it even more. It's going to take a lot of kind of shoving force, but I think that works. Okay. Kind of want to shorten the arm even. If I just shrink it down. And then yeah, it was nice seeing you too, Jen. Maybe it's a fabled cat bone. At least the mouse thinks it might be one. That'd be pretty good. That would be pretty. I like that. If I do it as like a rib, to be more curved, that allows this kind of sack thing to kind of droop down over here, which might be good. So let's just kind of do that. And then I would rather the like the splintering of the bone be kind of higher up rather than the part that's shoved into the ground, because I feel like that would be a bad idea. Kind of for the leverage side of things to kind of use the part that's falling apart as like the leverage pivot. Seems precarious. Okay, and then we gotta lift this arm. Probably more like that. Okay. shoulder's gonna roll up. Does that work? Eh. Not sold on that arm just yet. Let's try a fresh angle. Okay, so like, I want the torso like just kind of ramming in that direction. So I think I'll take that leg and widen the stance. More like that, because that feels more like they're really kind of like putting their force into the base of this, right? They really got to lean low down and drive it forward. The hips, I think I'll even move this leg back and take this foot and bring it in. It's maybe a bit too extreme. I don't know. We'll see, we'll see. This tail is just getting in the way at this point. Yeah, I really want this to like be stretching. The hips are kind of confused now. Yeah, might just need to redraw parts of it at this point. Okay, so trying to think of what would happen. So they're trying to open the hip here. And they're like, they would want to be, just trying to think of like the actual mechanics of it. Trying to determine if like this leg creating so much pressure here would actually be like bringing the hip up, and this shoulder driving this way would be like trying to leverage up this way. But I think because they're in the middle of it, it's not quite reached that point yet. So I think this shoulder is down and this hip is up currently. But I want this action line to be more of a kind of direct line, because right now it's kind of like over and then the hip is kind of like diving in and down. So I think I want to redraw that hip area a bit to just kind of be more like that, I guess. Have the toes kind of really splayed out. Now, originally when I was kind of sketching this character, they ended up having like a lot longer limbs, and I wanted to kind of make the character a bit stumpier and shorter, and here I am kind of like elongating them again, so I guess that's just how this one's supposed to be. Just keeps kind of coming back to that, it would seem. I'm not sure if this is quite working yet. I think maybe the pose I had originally was a bit stronger. But this is something that's if you're a artist or someone who creates stuff, there's pretty much always a phase of like it's gonna look really bad until it starts to look okay. So we're in that phase right now. Okay. Right now it's still like gestural, just trying to create the movement and dynamics before I figure out how to make it actually look proper. I want that shoulder like pressed up against it too. Also, I was like, I don't think I want this one to be like a super buff like character. Um, but now they're just, doing some super heavy lifting, so I guess that's that. I mean, they don't need to be like huge and buff to do this, so. Do they need to be? Okay, I think I did like the leg kind of out a little bit. Suppose I should have kept the version of the legs I had before on a separate layer because I think those were working all right. Maybe they just need like a slight tweak. Got like a lifter's belt on now. Arm is weird. Why is that so weird? Ooh. It does look like it's kind of like planting a fence or like a light post or something like that. I couldn't tell you. Not yet. Oh man, yeah, I had a ton of fun at the birthday party. I mean, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. It's a wonderful time. And yeah, Norm and I we like went around town after till Wednesday. We like got into the city on Sunday and we basically min-maxed our time in London, just kind of doing a whole bunch of stuff. So um, okay, so this is a good question here. What is my process for creating new characters from ideation to completion? I'm a game dev and work closely with my artists, so I was wondering what is usually done to ensure less reworks. I would say that determining a few things is going to be important. It can depend on the project. Um, uh, like one thing you need to kind of like solve is like what's the scope, um, uh, not only in kind of like how much time or detail you want to kind of like be spending on it, because there's obviously timeline that you need to be realistic about. Like are they very high fidelity, like high res pixel art? Like obviously you should probably have an idea of what that is based on the artists, the work that's already been done, all that stuff. That's probably very early, and you're probably well past that part. So if they're fully illustrated or animated, that kind of thing. But for creating a character that's used in the game, I think that important stuff to determine is it helps if the artists know about kind of like mechanically what is important about the character. If they have like abilities of some kind, and this stuff is it can change. So I wouldn't require it for an illustration or anything, but having an idea of its purpose, and how it fits in context with other kind of elements of the world, characters, stuff like that, resources, those can kind of play into it. But you don't want to necessarily lock yourself into a thing where it's like, if at this point in development this character uh, does something with, let's say, this orb or goop or whatever this is going to be, and the art kind of, you polish it out and stuff like that, but then mechanically you end up changing that later, that can kind of like create a bit of weirdness where it's like, should we like tweak the art to reflect the changes, or just leave it as is? Um, but yeah, I think that creating um, a design document that reflects the release that you're doing, or the area or whatever. So basically, what we've done is we have kind of like we know mechanically there's a range of characters in terms of kind of like, this is more a farming character. They're low tier fodder kind of thing. Um, and so there are certain design aesthetics that will kind of help group them together with others that are in the same tier, um, versus like the higher tier characters or bosses. Those will have kind of like a different caliber of kind of, epicness to them. There's so many different factors that goes into kind of like the discussion between developer and artist. Um, but yeah, hopefully you can get to a point where you get to just put a lot of trust into your artist, where they understand what you're looking for and you understand what they're going to be able to kind of accomplish, um, and create input on, because like having a good artist is more than just having, someone that can create art. They can also like really change the direction in ways that you wouldn't have necessarily been able to kind of like come up with, and that's a good thing. So, being able to work well with them, communication is super awesome. Um, and yeah, it's unless I'm like there to kind of like understand your flow and process, it's hard to kind of give anything too concrete. But in general, yeah, just kind of like being able to kind of outline like, this is what the character is about, and kind of see if they kind of can run with that is great. Um, but yeah, I guess the more you work with them, the less you'll kind of have too many mix-ups. Like revisions happen, right? It's not necessarily just a case of like the artist didn't kind of understand the prompt. Um, Things can change through development where it's like, okay, well, like that prompt was, or like that response to the prompt was perfect, but the game is reflecting something different now, so we need to like change that anyways. But if you're having issues where the artist isn't kind of like generating something that fits, you need to try to figure out, okay, there's something about your communication, that might not be kind of giving them enough information, or they're perhaps not asking the right questions, and so references can really help in that point. And it's okay to like grab references of, other games or nature or whatever, and be like, here's just like a collage of things that inspire this kind of idea and direction. We do that in the art team, but like in MouseHunt, it largely, the art team have a lot of say. We'll be working on, a new area, and the develop like one of the developers might be kind of like the spearhead about kind of like what is this area about ultimately, but then they're just like, okay, but artists like you get to decide, like, how does that actually like look, and what are the characters like? Are they epic? Are they cute? Um, Developers can certainly give input, but ultimately, you know, they know that we're the experts on the look of it, and they trust us to kind of handle that, while they are the experts on kind of building it mechanically and creating the actual engine that it plays on. And of course, the artists can also give input on that. They can, be like, okay, well, like I feel like this flow, like the game loop, it's a little bit weak here. Maybe we need to like add more here. But ultimately, they can kind of like be the final say on like, okay, well, that's a cool idea, but like that doesn't fit the scope or the design that we're going for. So thanks for the input, but we're going in this direction, right? So it's just kind of how that works, at least for us. Maybe not all indie studios work the same like that, but I like when all team members get to kind of contribute, but like also at the same time respect uh, the different kind of like specialties, and put a lot of trust in each other, and actually just let the engine run effectively, because people know what they're building, and they work with people who know the kind of the goal. So, but yeah, that can take time to develop that. But yeah, hopefully that answered. Yeah, like process wise, it kind of changes. It's evolved over the years, absolutely. Um, yes, there have been people who have cosplayed mice from MouseHunt. There was actually, I think, a few different costume contests at the meetups. So we certainly had specific characters being uh, like people dressing up as specific characters and stuff. I've not seen it in any like bigger kind of conventions. It's not necessarily a kind of mainstream game, so I would love to see it though. That'd be pretty awesome. 2D characters, mainly potatoes dressed as pirates in a tech advance slash ocean world. Okay. Hmm. Ah, I see. Okay, so your main problem is always getting the balance of three themes. So pirate, tech, and potatoes. Um, yeah, I mean, like, I guess if like they're always potatoes, that's just kind of like a base thing. Our characters are always mice, but if you actually look through the roster, a lot of the time, if you just showed one of our characters to someone who has no idea what the game is, they'd be like, "That's a mouse," like, "Oh, I guess they have like a mouse ear," right? So uh, that can kind of like be an interesting thing. Like, how specifically does it have to remain? Oh, that's really obviously a potato, or do the players just understand that everyone is a potato? And you just go with it, and you get more abstract because it's fun to explore. Um, that's part of scope. Like, how rigid does it remain in that, right? Um, yeah, yeah. No, it's not a mainstream game, but we absolutely have players that have been playing all the way from, yeah, 15, even 16 years ago. Absolutely. Mainstream for them. And there are certainly people who I've kind of shared it with, and they're like, "I remember that game. It's still going. What?" But yeah. But yeah, as for like pirates, tech, potatoes, um, it's interesting because I've found that the more I do this, the more kind of like limitations or constrictions in design, the more creative I have to be, which I like. Uh, and if it's too open, if there's like too much that's not locked down, like if it could be, you know, just potato characters, it's hard to work off that. You know, like maybe you'll end up with like a potato pirate that has super tech as a single character, but then it's just kind of like, well, that character it has taken that space. But if it's like always potato pirates with high tech stuff, then you just kind of figure out how to just kind of like do variations of that and keep doing more and more kind of like different things with it. But part of that I think is also just kind of like, okay, well maybe on this one I might lean more into the pirate elements. But I don't know. I feel like with those three, you can get some pretty interesting kind of play between them all. But yeah, depending on how many characters you have, it could start to be like, okay, well now I want to like play with the balance of those and like have this one be way more pirate and this one be way more tech, just so that like they stand out from each other. But yeah, I mean like a potato character dressed up as a pirate with all the pirate accessories being more high tech. Boom, like that kind of is just instantly all three of those synthesized, and I think that that could work pretty easily. Actually, maybe this knee is turned out more, and so this heel is turned in. That might actually create more kind of like spring force. So if I do this, and that I mentioned wanting the hip to be more opened, and that would do that. So I need to roll this knee in, I think, actually. That might make more sense. So this foot can be more directly towards us. Yeah, actually this I think is the direction that posture needs to go in. Okay. So then that's good and compressed down. This leg is like rolled out. Yeah, I think that might make more sense. They're putting their back into it more, I think, with this. Or their hips or whatever. Like, you don't want to put your back into it, but, like, they're putting their whole body into it a bit more, I think, this pose. Maybe. I'll look at the other layers that I have and see if that's better or worse at this point. But I feel like that makes sense. I might like lower that kind of buff factor for this character. Also, I think I want to make this arm go up more. Yeah, I feel like that is gonna feel more stable if their arm is kind of higher up on it. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I like them not being like super buff. The reason is there's a few other characters that other artists had created that are kind of in the same category as this character. They fill the same kind of like design role mechanically, and some of them are already like quite large and like, you know, like the big tank looking character. So I wanted a little more variety in the body types. Um, Hence starting with kind of like a bit more stumpy and kind of um, smaller and cuter, but with kind of the requirements of filling the space and just the idea that I had started with, decided that this is just kind of the direction it has to go. Um, but yeah, I would say that with Hit Grab, we're very like hands off in terms of kind of like, you know what, as soon as we give this task to you, we just trust you to just kind of like do your best with it. And we're often delighted by kind of like what comes out of the wash. You know, we don't expect anything, and then when they deliver and they're really capable, then we're just like, it's a fun surprise to see what they've solved. And they didn't need, you know, like a lot of kind of like direction. It's just kind of like, here's the like the general concept. Here's a bunch of reference you can pull from, and just kind of like go your way with it, and like solve for X, and then if it doesn't fit the rest, you know, because we have multiple artists, so sometimes it can be a case where it's like, okay, uh, that's like, it looks great, but like if we're fitting it all together, okay, we're just going to tweak this one thing. Another thing, and you know, this is something I probably should have mentioned, is like if it's a small team and you're still kind of developing that ability to kind of work together and know what you're going to get when you give prompts, etc. It's good to have kind of like phases of check-in. So right here, where this character is with this level of detail, I would often, or the other artists will often share this design. Be like, do we like this direction? Does it fit with the rest of the ideas? What everyone else is creating? Does it like meet the requirements of the character? And this is a good point to get that feedback, because very, as you've seen, it's very easy to pivot. You know, like when I first kind of loaded up, see, here is an earlier version where they're very like more kind of like elongated and skinny, and like I like the kind of stumpier, shorter feeling limbs. But now I was just like, I wasn't happy with the pose. It wasn't filling the space. So that would be potentially feedback I would have gotten from the other artists. Like, hey, you know what? Like, that's a neat character, but like, look at how much empty space there is. You can't really balance them. So can you do something to fill that space better? And then I'm like, oh, okay, well, like I'll lift that up, and oh, but it feels like unbalanced here. It's way too, you know, heavy on one side or whatever, you know, art direction stuff. And now to really kind of use that verticality, the pose is now just being shifted. And because I'm still in the sketch phase, that's easy. If it was like, if this feedback started happening when there was like render and like high detail and things were painted, it'd be hard to be like, oh, can you just like completely redraw that part? You know, like that's not very fun for anybody. So getting, you know, the sketch feedback, and then even before, like there's like maybe 3 phases that are really useful to do check-in. So like really, really rough, kind of like, oh, so when we did 2 streams ago, we were just doing like concepting of like, you know, like different horn types or whatever. Getting, you know, those sketches and being like, ah, that doesn't really fit the idea that I was going for, or yeah, I love that idea. I never thought of that. That can help an artist to kind of know where to go, what's working, what's not. But then when they're creating a character, you can be like, okay, well, like when you have a rough sketch, send that my way and I'll approve it, or make tweaks. And then The next phase would be doing kind of like flat colors or really kind of rough pass of like color and shade and light, and before they spend all that time getting nitpicky with details, you can do a check-in, and then the final kind of like, okay, I think it's done. What do you think? So there's like 3 or 4 kind of moments where you can kind of like change course where it makes the most sense. It's practical to do it that way. But again, like you want to get to a point where you can just trust your team with their expertise. You know, like if you're the coder, they should be able to trust you with kind of like putting the mechanics in, and you should be able to just trust them with like making the art what it should be, uh, and let them kind of determine a lot of that. Because if you're kind of like trying to steer that part of the ship, and it's not actually your expertise, like it's good for you to be able to like share your thoughts and give input, but ultimately, when it comes to visuals, you should be working with someone who understands that vision and takes more control of it. You know, if you wanna be in control of visuals, I think you need to learn how to draw and be able to like, you know, draw and share that. You don't have to be the finisher for the art, but like being able to kind of like, you know, be a part of that and understand it on a more deep level is not a bad thing if that's important to you. But I don't know. Each team's different. I've rambled probably far too long about that subject, but hopefully that was interesting for people and useful. Um, hmm Yeah, that's the roughest part. Having to change artwork after completion. Yeah. Yeah. Checking in during wireframe phase is absolutely gonna help nip that in the bud. Good. That's good. Um, wasn't there a Fiery Warpath journal theme being illustrated a while back? Yeah, actually. I feel like there was. I can't think of it specifically, but I think I might have started one. I remember there was like at least one journal theme that I started and I just wasn't liking it. Um, and I just never kind of went back to it. I'm not sure if it was that one, but I feel like we might have started it because there have been times a while back where it's like, okay, I can't stream anything today specifically that's on my workload. So we're just going to do a free stream where it's just kind of like, what do we want to do? It's up to you. Tell me what you want. Um, and I think, yeah, maybe we were looking at kind of like, we should do a journal theme for every area. Warpath, let's do one for that. And so we probably started one. I'll have to dig into that, see if there is something there. Hmm I agree. Like the neck now kind of seems weird. It's kind of like being like really just smushed further down than it makes sense. Um, so I'm thinking if I just reposition this, is that gonna be good enough? Might need to adjust that lower arm as well. Like it's definitely going to be like pressing down onto the back of the neck, kind of locking it behind a shoulder, under the neck, and kind of lifting it there. But obviously, we don't want it to be like weirdly and uncomfortable. Like it should look like they're in control of this and not about to kind of break something. Um, so it's definitely pressed down and forward. But that's significantly different from where it was. But I think that is slightly better. We'll have to do some kind of like quick anatomy check. Make sure things are lining up in ways that make sense. This arm feels way too low. Um, at least the elbow. Again, I did want to kind of have shorter limbs on this character a bit, so might don't always do this, but I want to kind of like think about like these pants here. What is the fabric like direction? So we're gonna have this kind of like stretching in this direction. So we have like that, and then this is kind of compressing here. And that's how you want to think about fabric, is like stretch and compression, right? Where is it being kind of wrinkling up, and where is it being kind of pulled from? And where it's being pulled from, you can kind of have, you know, lines kind of going away from it, and where it's being compressed, you can have wrinkles being kind of, I don't know if that made sense there, but yeah. And then you can kind of create a direction for all that. We don't need to actually see this but at the end, but it can kind of help with the gesture of the pose. Get more compression and stretching at the knees. Norm and I got to see a bunch of like museums while we were in London because they're free, and we love walking around, and so we just kind of end up walking to a bunch and going through, and got to see some incredible Roman statues, you know, like giant marble humans with like beautiful flowing fabrics made of stone. You know, it's just wild to like see this like soft looking skin with like what looks like wind blown very light and delicate fabric, or like even wet and sticking to the skin kind of idea, and it's just like looking very real, but it's just stone. Just makes me kind of want to be able to like paint fabric even better. And what's pretty cool is I was reading some of the placards of various things, and one of them noted that like they found flecks of paint like in deep in one of the grooves. It was like this lady who had like blue paint on her belt, and if you look at all the ruins and stuff, like it's all just marble. Um, but based off of that, it's kind of like, wait, were these all like painted statues with like vibrant colors and stuff? Like it was mind blowing to realize that was potentially the case. Like it was all, you know, you have incredible painters where they take like a simple flat canvas and they turn it into this beautiful scene. And here you have like incredible statues that are so lifelike. What would that have looked like with like incredible painting on top? Or did it look incredibly gaudy and like bright, oversaturated? Like it's just crazy to kind of like try to imagine what that would have looked like in the day, you know? Just maybe they looked actually lifelike, like more so. Just yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, certain ones is like a warmer marble, and like marble is amazing because it has some subsurface scattering. So you got these kind of warms and like glowing of the stone as if it was skin. And so yeah, seeing them in person and walking around them is just like, wow, that was crazy. Looked alive. Very cool. Of course, you know, they were mostly missing chunks here and there, so it's a good thing they weren't alive. It'd be rather unfortunate for them. But yeah. Cool stuff. Okay, so this one could be the arm kind of over like this, if they're kind of, that might make a lot of sense. Then they're really kind of like driving their shoulder and locking their arm over top of it, right? I mean, if I were trying to do this, that's probably the posture I would have. I don't know if it's the most effective, but it seems like a way to go. So they're not even like trying to grip it, they're just kind of wrapping their arm and leveraging down while they like try and like extend their body and drive it up. Yeah, yeah. Maybe I have the arm kind of like sticking out more and kind of controlling it here. I feel like if I'm trying to like shove it into the ground, that's probably more what I would do there. But I'll try and shorten the limbs a bit, make it a little more chibi. Not fully, but that'd be quite a different design. A little more cute and tiny. Could be nice. Again, this is like a low tier character. Based on the brief that we have for the kind of like art direction, we want it to be kind of like a less powerful, more kind of simple mouse, while other more powerful characters will kind of like transform a bit more. Okay, so something does feel a little bit off. It still feels like the neck and such just don't quite feel like they're working. Maybe if I pull that out a bit. I'm gonna have to adjust the arm again, potentially. Not too much. Just think that it was like too close in to the nape of the neck. I need to think about like, where is the spine? The neck is like, the head is still way too low, right? If I think about this, need to maybe I'll move the head onto its own layer, just so it's easy to move around. Yeah, this is, I haven't done like the sketch phase too much recently. And this is a lot of what it is. Like, I've definitely spent a full day just on sketches. And technically this sketch started yesterday too, so, you know, it's full work day already. Approximately. Yesterday wasn't the most productive, honestly, because I'd just flown in, like, hadn't even been back in the city for, like, too long, so I was a little exhausted. But much better today. Yeah, I'm not even really happy with the face, but that's what you do as an artist. You kind of start where it's like, it's not working, and eventually you get there. Okay, so Something that like I kind of feel is like this one, it had more kind of like compression here that I liked. I almost wonder if I want to like go back to this version and try and work from here, because there's something I like here. It's not bad. Hmm. There's just more compression that I need to have happening here, I think. So I think maybe the shoulder needs to come into play. And we've also, yeah, like the other one was more kind of like they're turned towards the post. This one, they're kind of like sideways to it, which I think mechanically makes sense. I think this would be a good way to try and lift this. I mean, I did do construction for a year where we were lifting walls for houses and stuff. And I feel like kind of creating this triangle with your body was a pretty effective way to kind of like getting the bulk of the weight. Um, but yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Let me get the thumb there, maybe. A lot of Greek/Roman statues were painted. It's harder to imagine that since we are all used to the surviving white marble. Yeah, yeah, that would be really interesting. Hmm. What's my favorite art I've done for MouseHunt and to the date? Favorite was the Manticore skin. Also, the first Feedback Friday art stream that you watched. Well, that's cool. I mean, you got a bit of a story with that one. Honestly, it's so hard for me to pick. I'm not sure. I am super not sure. If I were to like flip through, I'd be like, I like that one. I don't like that one. I like that one. But there have been so many that I'm just kind of like, I'm not sure. I couldn't pick only one, I don't think. I might be able to be like, that one right now, but my mind will change. I feel like it's got to be a Feedback Friday creation, though, just because it, much like how, you know, your favorite was, in fact, the first one that you were a part of, I think creating artwork with you all is a part of what makes me love it. Um, there's something special about getting to create these with your input that makes it a little extra. I wouldn't always say they're the most competent pieces of artwork, because often I'm kind of like, I gotta do stuff, and there's a bit of pressure that comes with doing it live, right? So I might not always kind of like have the right finesse or idea at the time, and but I don't know. I've fairly often come out of Feedback Friday with a creation that I'm extra happy with, because I'm like, I wouldn't have figured that out if I didn't have the input that I did. You know, a lot of the best ideas are like workshopped with the group here. There have been many times I've been like, yeah, thank Feedback Friday for this ridiculous creation, and we all love it. But yeah, I'm like, I don't take credit. I give it to the audience. You guys created this monstrosity, which is awesome, right? That kind of thing. What is the color scheme going to be? So for this one, it's going to be like earthy greens, I think, and like browns, something like that. Hello, Fleming. Um, I am doing well, doing good. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, actually, that's actually a good one, Swifty. Um, yeah, one of my favorites would be the gang boss slash Paragon of Lawless because of it's got a really like wide range of history through Feedback Friday. I liked the creation, the art, was pretty good for when I had created it. Um, you know, I'm not thinking it's like the greatest piece I've ever done, but she's hanging out here because I like that character a lot. But yeah, definitely because there's just like so much just evolution she went through and history with the you know trying to put her in the game. And yeah, no, yeah, there we go. She's my favorite right now because of that. Not a bad piece of art. Definitely has a more kind of like unique creation story, and yeah, it's a fun one. Yeah, there's probably like a number of characters that we could point to where I'm like, oh yeah, that one had like a unique kind of tale to its creation that makes it a little extra fun and special. I dig it. There are also just definitely characters that like have a certain notoriety with the players that also just make them more fun to me. Um, the bulwark of the ascent. I'm amused by that character just because of like you know mean to players. Sometimes that's fun. Okay, let's see. Can I just rotate this and make it work? I wonder. That's not bad. But also the Terrified Adventurer. That one was a pretty good one, and is a little more special. Okay, so I think there's an all right dynamic to the character. The pose feels like it's got some flow and energy. Um, that arm. Hmm. Feel like that elbow is going back. That arm is out. So that's kind of foreshortened a little bit, but going away from us. So that might be okay. Maybe I need to do that like skeletal test just to see how broken all my anatomy is. It's definitely not like my strongest point is good anatomy. I definitely don't think that that's where my strengths lie. So this is, yeah, like the spine, I want it to feel more kind of like it's opening up in that direction, but I'm not sure it's really conveying that very well. This shoulder needing to be like popped up. That's fine. This all seems all right. This shoulder being down and kind of receding away and then coming towards us. And the neck kind of being forward and boom. Yeah, honestly, I think that is an okay posture. The tail. Yeah. Yeah, for those, I don't even know if I remember the full history, but yeah, I created this character in the bottom left of the screen with that kind of interesting rifle. Um, she was the gang boss back when we were first creating Clawshot City, and one of the things was like we're like she's so cool that we should like make another layer of game mechanics just to include her. And we were all like, yeah, that's a great idea. What is that? We don't know. And so we just kind of like kept kind of holding off. We're like, ah, it's not cool enough. Like, she needs something even cooler. And then we just kind of like moved on, and she just kind of got left there. We didn't end up implementing any special kind of like cool system that really used her. So she just kind of ended up existing in limbo for quite a long time until we were working on the floating islands, and we were kind of really pulling in all the power types, and there was kind of this realization like, wait, we have this awesome boss character who has been kind of like waiting for her moment to shine, and so yeah, brought her out, dusted her off, kind of like tweaked elements to kind of like, okay, well, like it's still like the same general concept, but there's more stuff that will fit this gameplay and zone if I tweak it. So tweaks were made to fit her into the narrative better. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with her. Yeah, when was that created? I wonder. It was a long time ago. Yeah. Thank you for the hearts. Yeah. Valorif, Whiskerwood's journal theme are the new gang boss. I think it's nice to have one of them in the bank at least. So right now we got backup. We got two of them. There's probably more stuff that I'm not realizing. With the number of years I've worked on this, there is definitely designs that have kind of just gotten lost. But it wasn't their time. It wasn't meant to be. That's okay. I'm reminded of the kind of like bulldog character that I'm like, oh, I want to try and fit that somehow. But we'll see if I manage it. I might not. If I remember to, I think I'll be able to do it, but I just need to like keep that in mind. So I'm not feeling like this spine is twisted. It's very like upright, which maybe is more appropriate for this lifting. Maybe they're being more like safe and like not going to injure themselves. It does look strong, but can I compress it more, and would that look even more convincing? And how to do that? Do I raise this hip? Okay, well, we're half an hour to lunch, so I feel like we've got to resolve the sketch at this point. You know, I wanna like at least kind of get coloring right after, or have color laid out when lunch has been finished. So, all right, what we have the tail that can add to the flow of it. So I feel like this shoulder would kind of roll forward potentially. If that's visible, unlikely because of where it's positioned under this bone. Can be a little more abstract. We could use lost edges there. If the elbow is more prominent, it can help kind of point the arm. It's a little extreme feeling. If the elbow is there, I would expect the arm to kind of like come out further though. So I liked it being more foreshortened. That also doesn't make a lot of sense actually. I feel like that needs to be behind. For it to be that foreshortened. For at least the hand to kind of grasp it like it is. Okay. So that pinky going there. Are they actually grabbing it? That might work. It does feel more like they're planting it if their hand is kind of grasping this. Just need to make sure it looks strong enough to really hold it. Whereas like the arm wrapped around, it was definitely like creating a lot of leverage. So, okay. Maybe it's just the hand part here. And this is why it could be really tough for a developer to like give too much direction, because like look how much experimentation an artist can do on just like a single pose, right? And we're not even changing the parameters of like, oh, this has to be like a mouse in this kind of different outfit, or like different kind of, you know, body tape or whatever, right? So it's gotta let the artist be able to do this. This might be okay. Have the pinky out because yeah, if you have an art team that's like getting ahead of kind of like where the project is in terms of kind of like knowing what it is, uh, you might need to like ask them to kind of like slow it down a bit, because yeah, if they're like creating polished work, and it doesn't know what it needs to be, and they're not kind of the one to determine that in that instance, it can kind of like be a waste of effort where they might be instead concepting and helping to kind of like discover where it needs to be. Because yeah, it's no fun having to kind of like be like, okay, all that like effort and great work you did, we got to change direction on that. You got to throw that out and redo that. That's not a great thing. Um, so avoiding kind of the cart before the horse in terms of like, uh, we need to get approval of this direction before you go deep down that path is important in that case, for sure. But eventually, the goal is that the team understands all these things, and so if the artist is like, I'm not sure if this is the direction, I better go verify before I commit, then it's easier to trust an artist that does that than someone who just assumes, and then they kind of like, either the team has to pivot to work with that, which can be awkward, or they need to like redo a bunch of work, which is definitely awkward. It's a communication thing. And we've certainly had our growing pains with all that. Absolutely. I think it's a part of becoming a better team and learning about how to do that better. Part of the experience. But the sooner you can figure out how to get those lines of communication clear and working effectively, the better. Okay, so I think that that's actually not a bad solution to the pose. I think I'll actually raise the arm up here. Smidge. Maybe? Yes? No? Get that elbow kind of like really pulled back. Foreshortening. Foreshadowing. Dun dun dun. Okay, I think that I've fiddled with this sketch for quite some time. And I think that, let's take a look. Upside down, does this look like it has good shapes and they are clean and make sense? Okay, I might do... Try that again. Having it upside down helps me to just kind of like not look at it as the character it is and just kind of like be able to see things. It feels a bit weird. But again, it's just like another tool to kind of like gain some perspective on this, because when you've been staring at something for hours, you can kind of start to become blind to what you're actually seeing. You're not like observing anymore, you're just seeing, and your brain just kind of takes over and fills in stuff. So by changing how you look at something, you become able to observe it again. And that's a very important skill for someone doing like illustration art, where it's like a lot going on, and it can take some time. So having hotkeys that let you do this is a good thing to have in your back pocket. It's an arsenal tool. Okay, so we got some tooling. We got some fun pants and gloves. I liked the kind of like buttoned kind of booties, whatever these are, with the exposed toes, just very MouseHunt. I'll have like the heel fully exposed. So we got like the pants that wrap around here just so we can get these nice kind of wrinkles. We'll figure that out. But then if that goes into the heel, which is exposed, and then there's this kind of like capped foot thing with the MouseHunt toes, and there's little buttons on the top of it. It's maybe like stitched in two parts. Get some stitch line there. Yeah. Okay. There you go. They feel more like they're in a working outfit, right? A little more rugged. Kind of want them to have like a little scarf blowing in the wind now. We need the tail. Kind of save that to like use it as a potential like motion line just kind of tool, right? It's like an extra little thing that we can use. Okay, so we have like there's like this shape here, which is pretty strong. We got like this triangle, and it's like a bow and arrow kind of thing going on, right? Almost want to like have something like that that'll feel interesting if there's something kind of like slinging out. So maybe it's tail. Like it feels very much like there's this ready to snap and fire energy if it's got that. You know, like we need to think about like, okay, how do we want the viewer to look at this? What's the like the visual flow that we want to reinforce? So, you know, we look at hands and faces pretty readily. We're gonna have like a pretty strong silhouette with this one, I think. This foot is kind of like pointing out, and that might be like a bad thing for the pose, right? Like that might compositionally, we'll be looking around and then this foot kind of guides us out and we get, you know, knocked out of the picture. So maybe the tail needs to kind of take that viewer's attention and flip us back in, reconnect us up to the top, and then we'll kind of loop around it. You can see that. We don't need to go like complicated with the tail. Just want it to like help the composition. So it kind of scooping back in to this like arch seems good. Yeah, that might be it. Use my smoothing brush maybe. Okay, and then we have 20 minutes still, so I think we can start to block in some of the like silhouette and base colors. and just kind of make sure that this is all working. Okay, so I might thin that down so there's a bit of a gap under the heel. Just trying to think of like the tangents, which is basically where an object is intersecting with other objects, and if that kind of creates a bit of awkwardness, or like does the silhouette read? So this heel kind of like going directly over top of the tail. Before, when they were like fully overlapping each other, we would kind of lose a bit of the clean shape of that heel, so it'd be harder to understand what we're seeing just as a silhouette. But let's test this. So we got the sketch, put that into a folder, so I can just kind of lower the opacity on the whole thing, and then we'll do a new folder below, throw some layers into that, and we'll just use a fully opaque brush, and we'll go, I did say kind of earthy browns and greens, didn't I? Let's just grab this. Why not? Go darker and grayer with that, I think. Okay, so the head, it should be on a different layer. Just thinking about how I'll have to like actually structure these pieces. So we'll do the bone. Very like sharp looking up here. Maybe good, maybe bad. I should look up some references of like sun bleached bones to get the colors right and the texture, because that'll make a big difference when it comes to the final piece. But for now, for just kind of blocking in, I think this will be fine. In fact, I'll flatten it out just for the case, or for the sake of like the silhouette, because I don't know what I want the lighting to be. So maybe somewhere in between these two. Yeah, it's a fine bone color. All right, so then a layer above that can be the head, and maybe I'll lighten that up a bit. I'm not very happy with like the actual face, but I feel like if I'm happy with the gesture, then I can kind of tweak that when it comes to the rendering of it. So that's fine. The pants will go like a brown. Also, I should save. It's been a little while. Boop. Which area is this mouse for? It's for the next. Not the next, but the next area. So we got the school coming out next, and then this one after that. It's called Dragons. All right, let's see. Finding feedback streams before 2015 will be a challenge because we changed platforms a few times. We were on Twitch for a while. In fact, I think we started on Justin TV, which was like what was Twitch before it was Twitch. And there's no way that like all of those videos exist anywhere. I think a lot of them are just gone. Like I think we bounced between YouTube and Twitch multiple times or something like that. So yeah, it's good luck. Don't think that they'll be in existence at this point, some of them. And I know they changed how the archiving worked. You had to actually like go and like archive some of them. I tried to do that, but I don't know if I did manage to do it properly. So yeah. To be fair, our videos, like my videos, run for hours, and so back then I don't know if they had kind of like, well, like people would stream games for hours, right? So like having to store all of that in data would be, like I could see them being like, no, we're getting rid of those. Yeah, you have to like purposefully archive them to keep them because we need the space. Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, nearly 1 a.m. That's fair. Get some rest. It's important. As someone with no context about this mouse, it's unclear what it's doing. That is fair. Is it putting the bone in the ground, pulling it out? Did it lose its balance and tip over? That's a good point. Like, is it actually clear what this activity is? It's good. I need to think of it like that. Like, you know, if I'm thinking of different things this mouse is doing, do they make sense? Is it clear looking? All right, I'm going to put pants on the character. Believe it or not, I am wearing pants myself, so I don't need to put pants on. Does look like it's trying to lever it out, yeah. An interesting thing about how the flow works with the art and dev and stuff. So we don't write mouse descriptions or trap descriptions. We rarely have even like a prompt about what it needs to be. It's just like, hey, make a new birthday trap. Maybe it's in this theme, or make a new, arcane trap for this location. Um, and it's like, okay, well, what are the themes going on? And the artist just has free reign, where it's like, hey, art team, do you think this looks cool? Does this like fit? And we're all like, yeah, that's super cool. Like, keep going, or like maybe tweak this. Um, and then it like the art gets created. We're all like, that looks super cool. We have no idea what it's doing, but it looks super cool. Like, that looks great. And then the developers are handed this art that they didn't have any input on, and then they're like, I have no idea what this is supposed to be doing. It does look cool, but like now I have to come up with a name and description of what this is. And so I don't know. I find that amusing. Um, I've definitely helped out. I've written some names and descriptions here and there when I was like, I really want it to be this, and they've cleaned up my grammar and ran with that, and that's awesome. But yeah, it amuses me that sometimes it's just like, well, actually, often it's just challenge mode. Here you go. Good luck figuring out what this is supposed to do. And yeah, I find it fun. But it is kind of part of that, like, um, here are interesting restrictions, and now you just have to become creative because of those restrictions. Like, the restriction is the art is done. It fits the like the style of the area. There's nothing like, it is designed to fit the area well, and it looks appropriate. But like, how does this catch mice? Figure it out. Be creative with your writing to make that work. Or like, what is this character in this universe? What are they doing? Like, what makes them unique? Like this character, I'm curious. Like Will the developer interpret it as planting this or taking it out? I don't know. And I'm kind of curious to see what they decide about it. I do not know. Alright, so I'll get the toes on a layer above these, I think. In which case I don't mind doing that. Color, I think I want to darken that. Alright, we are coming up on lunch in about 9 minutes, so I'm going to try and get these flats put in. I've said this many times, but the actual colors I use for this phase are not the final colors. They're just placeholders. And let's see, for this, oh yeah, I should set the sketch to a draft layer. Okay, and then the tail going behind everything. Okay, the gloves. Don't think I want them to be this, like, bright. Don't want them to be the pants color. I think the pants go darker or something, but this is just for now. Okay, and this version will go behind the bone. Cool, and sure, I'll put the tools on that layer. And that layer. the hips need to tighten up there, but it looks like it's wearing like weird like pants that just float outside of the character. Sure. Let's think the suspenders should go to the belt now. Might make more sense. Then the belt could have belt loops. Yeah, I can workshop this, but for now, why not? Will there be some effects on the hanging item like liquid dripping or smell coming off of it? That's a great idea and suggestion. I think that based off that, I might want to make sure to add something unique like that to just kind of like add a little more story and kind of like just, you know, like what is that thing? Maybe there'll be like some of it kind of like in, you know, other parts to kind of like create more of this world about like what is that? What's that character doing with it? So we'll see. We'll see. All right, so I'm going to turn off the sketch. I'm going to throw a layer on top. Just keep that normal, that's fine. Put that to normal. Clip that. And so we'll see if our silhouette works. So I think we get some idea of like a character kind of leaning against something maybe. I think maybe the head is harder to see here. Some parts that need to be cleaned up, like that tool there on the bottom right. But yeah, I think for going into lunch, this isn't a bad position to be in. We have the silhouette kind of blocked in. It's kind of telling us, okay, well, we could clean up a couple of elements perhaps to help it read. But overall, I feel like there is some idea of like there is this board or something that this character is kind of like throwing their body into to kind of bend it upright, and there's something hanging off of it. So I think there is some clarity on that, so that's good. If we just go to the linear flats, can kind of more clearly see like, okay, well, you know, like I see that there's this outfit. What we'll want to do is establish some more kind of like hierarchy of our values next. So when we come back from lunch, that's probably what we'll look at. Get the grayscale here. This isn't what it's going to be at the end. In fact, I should probably turn that off to, you know, throw the character on white, which is standard. So this will be more accurate to what the character will look like in the end. But there we go. So I'll turn the sketch back on, not that one, that one. And then I'll go on lunch. I'll in fact put up a little time lapse of where we are and where we came from. In fact, you get to see the initial sketches that didn't end up making it through, so that's kind of fun. But yeah, I'm going on lunch. I'll put up a timer when I return in an hour, and I'll show you what I did with my new blacksmith hammer. I'm pretty happy with it too. And Larry will have some loot for you, so stick around. Go do what you need to do. Be back in an hour. I'll see you then, and there will be a timer so you know exactly when I return. Get that set up right now. All right. So that's my alarm going off. Time to eat lunch and the likes. All right, I'll see you soon. Start. Okay. Lunch. Hello, and we're back. Lunch is done. Welcome back, welcome back. Alright, so, yeah, Iggy found Feedback Friday summary reviews from 2013, but no actual streams. Yeah, found numerous recordings of Feedback Friday from early 2012 on the Internet Archive, but the videos themselves would not actually load. Can't say I'm too surprised about that. They were huge. So, yeah, I don't think that got preserved. So, I mean, maybe, but yeah, I don't know where those would be. I feel like those would be just a little bit too big for them to be, like, held on the Wayback Machine. But yeah, as I mentioned, there's a few things post-lunch. Said that I would share my blacksmith hammer that I arted up. You can get a good look at that, but it's also backwards, but that's what it is. Got my signature in copper in the middle there, and some etching and engraving. But yeah, I started that before I went to England, and then during my visit, I checked out a lot of like cool armor and stuff like that, and in the White Tower and museums, looking at like really fancy detailed clocks. It's hard to get this in focus. And yeah, just enjoyed getting real close up to all that pretty work, and then decided I wanted to finish it off because I'm going to be using it this evening. So that was nice to get done. Also, so rewatching the sketching phase of this, I did feel like there was a stronger pose with the heel kicked out a little bit, and the torso being a little more compressed. It also made me think about repositioning the head just a little bit. Overall, the pose is fine. This might be just getting a little too picky with it, but I feel like if the character is like looking outward, that could look more like they're lifting this into place. Although, based off of kind of like the different kind of like interpretations, I actually like the idea that they're planting this into the ground. So the character looking down at the spot and like pulling it inward, kind of shoving it down, does make sense for them planting this. Like they're setting up some kind of like bioluminescent lantern or something like that. You know, that's kind of what I'm imagining is going on right here. So I kind of like the idea of like leaning into that. In which case, maybe I don't need to change the pose. I feel like if they were trying to like leverage this out of the hole, that would make sense if they were like looking in that direction, and maybe the posture was kind of like more energy that way. But yeah, here I kind of feel like they're guiding that into like a dug hole and are planting that kind of like light post. So I think that makes the most sense for what this character, like where this character is, what's going on. That could work. They're like a worker type, kind of maintaining things. So yeah, either this is broken and they're like going to kind of take it down or repair it, or they're planting this and it's that's how it is. So I kind of like the idea that they're planting it. I might adjust that foot just because I liked the look of the heel kicked out. It just felt more dynamic. I don't know. Maybe it's just that I'm like not super happy with the face, but that's something I can tweak as we go. But yeah, think about that. I'll think about that. Yeah, driving it into the ground makes the most sense. And yeah, there was an interesting suggestion to kind of get like a little bit of that motion imparted onto it. If it's like swinging around, that could be pretty good. Thank you, Sally. Yeah. Have I etched any MouseHunt artwork into my blacksmithing works? Not yet. I've been thinking about doing that. I might put that on one of my throwing axes or something like that. Could be fun. Not sure what I would do, but I could see that being a pretty neat design to put into them. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, Larry link. Share that Larry link. Copy. Gotta make sure it works first, you know. Very important. Gift from Larry. Got some magic essence. Very nice. Enjoy. Thanks, Larry. Cool. All right. So the link is in the chat. I'll just post it here in the video in case anyone's watching it recently enough that they can enjoy. Whoop. So, not the V at the end. If you're watching this like a VOD later, it's a good chance that that won't work because there's a certain time limit on claiming these, but worth a shot. Okay. So back to the character. Let's get motoring. So I'm thinking, okay, I want to try just tweaking that heel just a little bit. Could turn off the color stuff for now. Turn the sketch back up. See if this works. Might not. Might need to pull up that part of the recording and see what about it is looking right. Because this right now isn't. Now they look off balance. Yeah, there's not as much control. So I guess perhaps a part of it is that if it was just the character, their center balance is like outside of their stance, right? So they feel very unbalanced. But because they're using this and they're trying to drive it down, it actually kind of works that they're not putting a lot of weight onto that leg. Like if they actually had this foot lifted off the ground completely, it'd be more clear that they're like shoving that down into the ground, right? Just a little bit anyways. Because they're like dropping it down. So maybe if that's a little more kind of lower. Or maybe the knee dropped a bit more. I'm gonna pull up the time lapse. See where that was. It was this one. So they're like really kind of tucked into it too, right? There's more lifting action in that pose than in this one. Like they're more compressed like a spring. This one they're more kind of like guiding it, I feel. So yeah, maybe I won't change it. If I'm going with the idea that they're trying to like guide this in place and like set it down, then that actually works. I'm thinking that even like maybe this arm could be more. that's guiding it down more. I'm not sure. Nah, it doesn't work as well. Have to change a lot more. Okay. Well, never mind. I think that it's fine like this. I think maybe just that heel doesn't need to kick out as much on this side if I like straighten that. Yeah, I think it was just that it was like sticking out. It felt a little weirder. All right. Actually thinking, kind of want to put maybe like tank top kind of style. Onto this character. Just to see if I like that direction. So I think I'll remove the head for a second just to see if I can make sure that things are kind of like aligned in ways that make sense for this posture. So like if the neck is way up there and the shoulders are doing this, I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense, right? Especially with where the head is at this point. I don't want those both selected. There we go. Okay. So if I am going off the arms like that, I kind of feel like the bone should be a bit further to the right. Hmm. So the tank top lets me kind of create more of that compression look by like creating these angles. Get like the pants at this slant, that slant. Get the shoulders kind of doing more of that. That might be good. Yeah, let's take a look at the head position. Easy enough to move them both because they're on their own layers. Ain't that grand? We could even do stuff like flipping it, where they're like making sure it's not swinging too precariously. Like that could work. Now they look like they're adjusting it, right? They're like trying to get that angle correct. They're not looking at where it's going in. They're trying to lift it up or whatever. The square around the head. Not totally sure what you mean by with the square around the head. Yeah, I'm not like totally content with the face, so that's going to be tweaked, but just trying to make sure that the shoulders and all that feel like they fit together. So maybe it kind of further up works. Now they're like really leaning into it and putting the weight into the post here. And that I feel like that makes sense. Yeah, they're trying to seat it into the ground. So that works. Yeah, I like the idea that they're like setting up like lamp posts or whatever. It's kind of the story that's working in my head for this right now. Okay. So the suspenders, I think, just turn off the head for a second again. Might even put those in a different group altogether. Shoulder beam, the thing behind, or maybe the arm, or from the joint. Weird way to grab something. Yeah. I agree. Like I feel like this is not balanced. Like the idea was that the bone here is supposed to be like propped on the shoulder, which should be like right here, if that were the case, right? So I like need to compress them back down to fit it, or as I said, it kind of looks like the bone should be further out for it to be sitting on that. Like what it should have done was actually look at the character with the head turned off properly and seen kind of like what's the body doing here? How's that working? Does that make any sense? And currently it's kind of lacking the form that it should have a little bit. So I'd say yeah, let's try and tweak that a little bit. All right, so do we move the bone yet again? So it's more like on top of the shoulder, which right there, that's like, I don't think I need to move the arm too much. Like just pull the hand over a little bit perhaps. The leg further from the bone is pulling the body in the opposite direction of the general pose. With it kind of bent in here. Because originally, it was like trying to kind of like drive up from that leg and like leverage this whole thing up like they were standing it up. And it's very heavy. But let's turn the head back on for a second. Yeah, I don't hate it at the moment. Gonna have to grab some of that sketch. Don't have to bring the sketch with, but yeah, it's happening. Okay, so if this scooches over here, we've given it room for the shoulder at least. Just have to do a little tiny tweak here. Just rotate the shoulder a bit. I'll cancel that. I'll grab that and that. Sure, I think that's fine. Okay. So yeah, the shoulder should be like rolled up a bit. Let's see. Gotta fix that. Okay, if I rotate the suspenders to the right, it'll put more twist in the torso, which I think is good for this pose. Definitely adds more value to the suspenders because it gives me this like visual that I can use to rotate, right? So you can see the legs are kind of like out this direction, and now the shoulders are rolled much more to the right, which I think it really needed that idea. So that's working a lot better for that kind of like the direction. Now the shoulder feels like it can actually get under the bone there. So that feels more like that fits. So the actual head position, I think it's still like kind of tucked in and forward is good. Again, we can have it like looking back up at the goop, the stuff, whatever it is. But it feels less kind of in control. Now it's just kind of like preventing it from like falling. Like they don't look very stable. Not to say the head is what's doing that, but they feel a little bit more like they're intentional with the head turned that way. Yeah, I think their balance is definitely now driving it down into the ground, right? Like they're adding their weight to the post. Absolutely. Okay, that works. Anything else? I think that we're actually like in a pretty decent spot. The bone, could widen it here, capture the hand a bit. Cool beans. All right. Aside from like being like, I don't know if I like the face, I think that it's relatively in the right spot. All right, Charlie, it's too warm. You gotta get down. Come on. Atta girl. Phew. Toasty. All right. Let's see. Just making sure I'm not missing any messages from work stuff. The knees go further inside the body frame. I think the pose would be more realistic. I think that knee was kind of pointing out a bit too much, perhaps. Turn off the sketch for a second. See if I can kind of like draw it with just the silhouette, right? And I think as long as I'm like, yeah, that all reads pretty effectively, then we can kind of move on to the values. I think the foot is like weirdly kiltered, the toes. Okay. That arm does feel like weirdly low there. Just didn't kind of roll in a way that made sense as just the silhouette anyways. Hi, Charlie. You're very, like, gotta be on my lap. I think maybe the shirt isn't kind of helping to show that its shoulders are kind of dropping on the right side. Not sure how better to do that, to be honest. I think that's okay. If that is kind of like folded in more, I can pull that foot back a bit, which might help kind of stabilize that pose. Pull that knee in kind of thing. So I could like bring that in. I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing. Because again, like I started with it trying to be this kind of like leveraging, but I suppose that the pose has evolved a little since then. So I want a little gap between the heel and the tail as well, so that they read clearly. So maybe there. Maybe I just make the heel come up more to meet the pants, the trousers. I think that should just be part of this layer here. That way I can make that go on top easier. Yeah, that's easier to deal with. So hopefully that doesn't feel unbalanced. Because this knee would actually be kind of like a an area where the fabric would be kind of like darting away from it, because there's a lot of stretch from this knee radiating out, so it'd be pretty tight on that knee, and it would wrinkle on the inner knee here, so that might make more sense there. So let's turn that sketch back on, see how much we changed it. Yeah, so the leg has definitely come in. That's fine. Arm has raised up, in fact, but I think that works. Actually, looking at it, balance-wise, this foot feels like it's coming too close toward us. So, like, foreshortening-wise, it feels like it's kind of kicked out forward. And that feels a little bit awkward. So I'm just going to tuck that in. If I move it out, it does stabilize the pose just a little bit. So I didn't need to rotate the heel, rather just slide it wider, I think. And if they're sort of horizontally aligned, it might look better. Okay. Let's just slide that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and with it kind of like kicked that wide out, it does look like they're kind of like, you know, they started standing upright and now they're like dropping their body weight into it by bending their knees. At least that's, I hope, what it looks like. All right, but yeah, without the sketch, I feel like I'm getting some resolution with the linear here. So that's a good thing. Let's take a look at it in grayscale now. So we have kind of like some darker accents with the like the cuffs on the feet, whatever. We got darker for like the suspenders and belt, and that's good. So I'm thinking I want maybe the mouse to be the midtones. If I have this orb being a light source, which I think is a cool concept for what is this character doing? Oh, they're like putting up lanterns. Cool. That would make sense if that's like highlight. The bone itself is going to be on the higher end too, and the shirt makes sense. So yeah, the mouse being midtones works. I could do the gloves as well. Could be darker if we want. Maybe just the cuffs of them could work. Perhaps something like that. And of course we'll have like the eyes being probably a darker. Put that on its own folder. Put that in its own folder. Yeah, glowy globs. Why not? I'll definitely have a lot to kind of figure out in terms of how to make that texture look interesting and meet the goals that I want for it. I can mess with that later. Texture is a fun thing for me. I enjoy rendering it and exploring what it can do. But it can be very tedious. So I don't know if I want to subject you all to that right now. Yeah, if I get just like a little bit of a glow behind it, that'll help it look like, you know, some kind of source of light. And then that'll be a fun light source for this character too, to play off of. I think maybe the glove part of the gloves, maybe those are the same kind of, let's say, leather that the pants are. I guess I'm thinking of like TIG welding gloves where they'll like have like the hand part and the cuff is maybe a different piece. Cool. I'll turn the sketch down even more actually. The eyes might be the darkest part of a character. I don't want them to like necessarily be like, I'm angry and mean looking. They're just kind of focused and doing this thing. Oh yeah, and there was a question about, does this character have wings? And I was sketching them earlier with wings, so I think I want to bring that back, just because they're fun. There was talk earlier about this character feeling kind of like Insectoid, so what if we gave them kind of more Insectoid wings. I think that'd look cool. Let's explore. Alright, so new layer. We'll give it just little ones. Barely even noticeable, I'd say. I mean, definitely noticeable, but not like that character is their wings. Just kind of understated, I guess. Maybe the word for it. Not sure if that's quite working. Maybe if they're out a little bit more, might be a little more clear. Should they be like up here? I feel like that's harder to kind of show them. Don't want it to look like armpit wings or something like that. That kind of works. They're like sideways like that. You can catch the light on the surface of them. Maybe like that. And then if there's just kind of like a thin... Again, I don't want them to feel like they're armpit wings or something, so maybe just those. I don't know if that's going to read very well, though. It's kind of like, what is it? I don't get it. If it was like a set, though, maybe that would... Maybe that would get distracting. I think it's going to make the silhouette a little bit more confused. So I'm a bit worried about that. But it's not terrible. Yeah, armpit wings, eh? Maybe they just don't need wings. Yeah, flapping them really hard to help push, yeah. What kind of wings would work for this? But yeah, they're vestigial wings. Just remnants. Yeah, exactly. They're just not really doing a whole lot. Just there to kind of like maybe help stabilize, but yeah, it's not going to take flight necessarily. Okay, well, if I kind of bump them up to the shoulders here. If If they're raised up, yeah, honestly, just maybe not have no wings. Mm-hmm. Growing out of their armpits due to irregular maintenance. Yeah, I think I'll skip out on the wings there. They don't all need them. I mean, they could have wings. It's just the angle doesn't allow for it. Is the thing about it. Can focus on other elements, I think. Yeah. Okay. Let's get some more work done on the face here. Do I even want the sketch on? I think I'll have the sketch on just to kind of like set up a few other things that I might want, but I think I'll quickly abandon the sketch. So do I want to... Should look at some other references of stuff we've made. Give that a save as well. That's important to do. Okay. I'm actually almost picturing this Farfoot lifted up at this point, and it's like the post is really quite heavy, and they're just kind of balancing it in now. So I think however you interpret it, it kind of still works, so it's not a bad thing. Okay, cool. Good, good, good. All right. Yeah, I think this direction's working for it. All right. Cool. Yeah, I think I'm happy working without the sketch at this point. So, let's just go for it. This I'm going to lighten and maybe just kind of bring some yellow here. Maybe not. If their head is like tilted forward, I'm kind of thinking like that might be interesting to have that a little more kind of color range going, but also maybe not. Okay, actually what I want to do is look at the value and go from there. So the pants I want to be darker, I think. Need to create more of a range between some of these values. So the shirt I'm going to lighten. And I think overall I might want to create more of a like gradient if I lighten that up, and then the pants I darken. Am I using the right brush? New. Just use a luminosity layer. So if the pants are a lot darker, and then I use lighter accents and the light source to play off of that, that could work well. I definitely want to use that globe, that orb, the goop, whatever it is, to like be kind of like a really fun part of this piece and play off it. So I think what I'll do is I'll actually try that up here. So let's just do a luminosity layer, and we'll grab a really bright color and just kind of hit the side of the face with this and just like sketching it in. I'm not trying for accuracy, I'm just trying to see if I can get a certain feeling on the piece. Same with the torso here, we'll do a luminosity layer. And then the pants as well. Already have that layer going. Go with something a bit more middle than that. But mainly I want to show, okay, there's like these kind of lines with the wrinkles here. So that knee is up. I want to get a few kind of like hard edge shadows and soft edge. Make them play off each other nicely. Honestly, fabrics is always just a guessing game for me. I like understand how it should work, but it's kind of just like when you're in the thick of it, you're like, oh god, wait, hang on. Should that fold go here and the light hit this? And think I actually want it to get darker in parts. Might be too dark, but honestly, because the eyes are so dark, I feel like I need to get something darker. So maybe the whole thing needs to go shade down. Okay, we should look at this in color before I go too ham with it, because it's very saturated now, and that's too saturated. So I'm gonna do color layer saturation instead. And we'll just drop that down. And I think I'm gonna get a little bit more green in there. Knock that down a bit. Honestly, this can just be like pushed and pulled all day long. But I'm going to flatten that all down. And then just work over top of that until I'm happy with it. Like, it's all good to kind of set it up using a kind of luminosity layer, brightness layer, whatever you want to call it, just so that like in kind of the grand scheme you can kind of figure out, okay, these values are a good range, but like overall I feel like, okay, darker is good here. But then I want to look at it like actually in color, so it's not drifting too far away from where it should end up. And like, instead of throwing green directly on these brown pants, maybe go a little more towards gray while also kind of leaning into yellow. That'll feel a bit more green without going too extreme on it. Although, I don't mind getting a little bit of like the actual green glow on them. But I think I'll establish the rest of the lighting before I go too crazy with that as well. Also the top of the leg is going to do more of that. Just need to actually think about like how the roundness of the thigh there is gonna kind of pull the fabric over it. No, I don't need to get this finicky at this stage. We're not at polish yet, so let's not worry too much. But yeah, so these cuffs here, I think these need to be even darker. Or do they? Maybe that's getting too intense. Okay, I think the bone, need to lighten that up. Also, this is going to be like an atmospheric kind of, you know, like character, but like with this glow, I want to kind of like bring the values down and let the glow do a lot of the work. Have that kind of be the key lighting in this scene. Kind of just everything plays off of that. So have that cast some shadow onto it. I need to get more like yellow. That like kind of subsurface scattering. Saturated edge kind of look to it. Again, I should probably look up some bone reference and use that. The shirt itself will probably pick up a decent amount of color because it's going to be kind of like a white gray, something like that. So do just a new clipping mask onto it, and we'll give it the desaturated green. Took a break because of life back in 2018. What's the best way to get caught back up? I would say look at your adventure book, and that isn't a terrible way to kind of see like, okay, what is like a quest for my rank, and what are the steps to complete it? Because if you just do parts of the adventure book, it should just kind of help focus you to just kind of like complete the adventure, and you'll get the thing to go to the next area generally. So that's what I would suggest is trying to look at that and use that. It is a little bit useful. Not a bad way to go. Left hand is a little big. Yeah, comparatively. I do want the character to be like wearing gloves, and right now it's not implied, but I think that, yeah, the hand does look a bit big. So I can definitely kind of just shrink that down just a smidge. That's not the hotkey I wanted. Or that. Hello? I did not mean to open Microsoft Office. Why is that like some kind of dumb hotkey? Never need that. That might not be bad. Okay. I think for the character, do I want to add a little more color? With this light here, it's looking a little bit Alien. Definitely look an alien with it like that. Okay, I'll keep it on brightness and I'll just maybe pull it down a little bit. You can just merge stuff and work off that too. Okay, I'll desaturate a little as I go into the shadow here. Yeah, Charlie? She's murpling. She just woke up. case you're wondering why I've gone silent, I've just kind of gotten into a little bit of a render zone, as happens every once in a while. Just kind of like things are maybe going in a direction very quickly, and I just want to like focus to capture it. So I just kind of go a bit quiet when that happens. Nearly knocked a thing over. All good. That's a little too far with the face. Might need to pull it back a bit more mouse-like for this character. Yeah. A little bit, huh? Okay, so let's see. What's a good next step for this character? Not totally sure the best way to show that idea that it's wearing gloves. I don't need to sell that idea. Like, it could just be it's got cufflinks and... Alright, it's nearly 3:30, so I'll probably end up wrapping up pretty soon. I feel like I've made decent progress on it, and I don't feel like I'm going to be able to complete this character today. I'll probably want to run it past the art team, see what they think of the direction I'm going with this character. They think it works with the rest of them, or if I need to kind of like pull it in a direction. And just getting fresh eyes on it is always a nice way to kind of make better art. Sometimes you gotta step away from it to really figure it out. But I still got a little bit of fuel in the tank, I'd say, so I'll work for a bit longer. Okay, so yeah, play with the face a bit. Not totally happy with it, but okay. I think the suspenders need to, belt need to be dark. Well, maybe not the suspenders, but the belt. Yeah, I think I might lighten the pants a bit. Let's look at this in grayscale. Yeah, it's, I think, yeah, the pants need to be a little more mid-tone now. Going a little too dark with those. So if I just do an edit tonal correction, will this be able to do it? I wonder. That's not bad. Perhaps if the gloves were the same as the pants, that might help them. feel less skin-like, I guess. Could just need the stitching on it. Oh, what is this? Don't know who that was. Probably just spam. Just like, did my phone hang up on them? Nope. No idea. Anyways. Alright, let's see. Star Sparkle shirt. It's fabulous. Alright, let's see. Let's grab just then the arm, luminosity. Might need to get more like a rim light or something. Kind of like help define some things. Autosave. Cool beans. All right. Let's see the cuffs. The cuffs. Do brightness on that. I feel like because this one's so close to the glob, it's probably going to get a bit more happening on it. It is a matte surface. Yeah, it might be easier to understand if I do just kind of show it as hand instead of trying to put a glove on them. Just maybe make more sense. I think maybe the pants are a little too desaturated as well. Maybe I want to colorize them a bit. Let's try it. It's a little more interesting with the warmth in it. It's a little too warm, really. It's too saturated. Okay, actually, I think if I just do a clipping mask on top, just directly select the color I want. Yeah, I think I've been staring at this too long. I'm gonna have to wrap stream for now. Come at this with fresh eyes. Yeah, that'll be good to do. Okay, well, as I try to do, I will close up stream by rewatching the time lapse. Let's give this a save, and also my wrist is starting to feel it too. All right. Not a bad stream. You know, started at 11, ran till nearly 4 o'clock. Hour break in between. Pretty good, nearly 4 hours, so. All right. So let's do a export and can just enjoy. Yeah, so I kind of had this like froggish toad kind of sketch that I wanted to explore, just kind of like trying to put weird elements of nature into it. Didn't really like it. It's also messing around with like different brush controls for doing quicker, rougher sketches, and I didn't end up finding one I like more than my main brush, to be honest. It's kind of like playing with an idea of like carrying buckets of goop or slime or something like that. Wanted to get like a little longer limbed, spindly. And I was like, oh, maybe asymmetry is better. A little one bucket on one side and kind of like trying to counterbalance that by having the rod extended out further to one side, which is where we kind of like ended up starting today's stream. It was a different sketch of this character, but or at least a different version worked up. Yeah, I kind of like made the limbs a bit stumpier because I was feeling like it was a little too elongated and like wanted it to be a little more kind of shorter limbed. Just thought that would be a fun kind of like element to the character, but ultimately I ended up kind of like going back to just kind of like the middle ground between the two, I guess. But there were definitely elements of these poses that I definitely liked a lot. But ultimately, I wanted to fill the space better. Also, I'm going to move the character a little to the left. Evening all, Jonathan. But yeah, so then I was like, wait, maybe the character is jamming this into the ground to take better use of the verticality, and we're on stream at this point here. And so it's just a lot of kind of like tweaking the pose and tweaking the pose and tweaking the pose. This is definitely much more like lifting it into place, where they're really kind of like spring loaded under the thing, and there's definitely a good kind of trying to raise it up. That's happening here. Ultimately, where we ended up, it's a lot more just kind of like securing it in place. Very stiff. Got to do some stretches at lunch or something. Definitely seizing up by the end of stream if I don't kind of move around more. Maybe we should take quick little breaks too. But I get too in the zone. I don't want to do it. Yeah, so then this is kind of like working up the sketch that we ended up going off of. There's just so many little kind of like nitpicky things about the pose. So we definitely spent most of the day just trying to develop. Well, was it most of the day? I guess it was half the day working up the sketch, the other half kind of just rendering it up. But it's definitely not there. There's more to be done on this character for sure. But I think it's got a good base, and we'll see what the art team thinks. See if there's any directional changes we want to go. Because I'm not totally certain about the character, but we'll see. And there we just took lunch. And here we're just kind of like flattening or putting in the linear color blocking just to see if we can get the silhouette looking good. All the shapes are reading. Starting to get the rendering happening now. Little wing experiment that I didn't quite feel like that worked, but it could be done. I just need to play around with it more. I think if it was just like just barely hidden behind the arms and pretty subtle, that could work pretty well. So I might try that later. The edges of the kind of hanging globe thing, I'll probably add more kind of glow color to those outer edges. It feels a little too dark right now for it to be like this glowing light source. And now I'm just getting all fiddly with the rendering, and we're pretty much caught up. Yeah, so I'd say that's it for today. Not a bad stream, you know, like 5 hours long is decent. But yeah, all right. Well, I will post the Larry link in the chat again if anyone missed that. Let me just copy that. Grab the link real quick. Copy, Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Larry. Paste. And thank you all for being a part of this journey. I know it was kind of like I had kind of a direction I wanted to take it, but it evolved a lot, so you get to see a lot of that process. There was definitely input that was helpful, so I appreciate that. But yeah, as more of this location is kind of revealed and kind of we give more details about what's going on behind these characters, I'm going to be more kind of like looking for that, like, hey, give me direction about this now that we've kind of disclosed more elements about the design at play. I don't want to like reveal too much too quickly, so it'll be interesting to just kind of, see what glints you get and get to piece it together through the various Feedback Fridays, and we'll get there. But yeah, it's moving along. Yeah, arrived right at the end, it would seem, but thanks for making it. I hope you liked the playback at least, so you got to get kind of it all nicely condensed there. So yeah, all right. Well, I'm gonna just wrap up here. Get another like tea or something in me. But yeah, at any rate, I hope you all enjoyed the stream today. I certainly enjoyed hosting it, and I look forward to hosting in probably 2 weeks' time, unless Dave wants to like flip back to the schedule we had ping ponging before. But I imagine you'll get to hang out with Dave next week. So I'll probably see you in 2 weeks, and we'll likely be working on another character, perhaps a different subset of characters. We'll see more about that soon. But yeah, I hope you all have an awesome weekend. So to anyone that was at the feedback, or sorry, the MouseHunt meetup, hello. I had a blast. Thank you for being there and hanging out, and it was a good time. So hope you had a fun time as well, and hope you all have an awesome weekend. And yeah, 16 years and onward, everybody. Let's go to 32, double it. Why not? But yeah, I shall see you in probably 2 weeks. And until then, I hope you take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and happy hunting, everyone. I will catch you later. All right. Bye-bye.